Hello everyone. Welcome back to Ark. I was muted. I need to check my audio because I had my cat knock over my God, I can't think and hear myself at the same time. My cat knocked over my mixer. Excuse me. So I want to make sure that my audio sounds okay. So I'm going to get to that in just a second. I need a... Listening to my own audio, I need to, like, adjust how echoey it is. Well, that's something I'll figure out next time. I meant to do that this last time, but, you know, can't always get everything done. I was working on other stuff, and it slipped my mind, and I almost didn't make it a stream today. So, we'll just, we'll deal with it as it is today right now. Okay. So, sorry about the delay on that. I do sound okay. Just need to figure out room echo. Hopefully I can get it to sound a little bit better by next stream. I think maybe some of that is too the cat messing with the mixer and knocking that over. But anyway, welcome to... Oh, I gotta enter in the commands here to clear things up a bit. That looks a little bit better. Welcome to kind of the new Redwoods base. So not much has really changed, except now I have a house. I have like an actual building. I've kind of migrated everything that I want. Not quite everything, but a lot of the things that I want. Apparently I'm hungry. Can I eat algae? Doesn't hurt me, right? How much does that fill me up by? One algae is actually quite good for the human. Nice. And we just got 15 more right here. Okay, so yeah, I got my new base set up. We have our Archaeopteryx, hopefully passively farming sap. The wiki just says them wandering in the redwoods. It doesn't say it has to be next to a tree. I did run into a weird issue with the Archaeopteryx where it was like running from me, and that would let it fly. And when it would fly, then it would sometimes get over the wall. So I don't really know what to do about that. I'm hoping, it's been a little bit, I'm hoping I can just get to him. He hasn't generated any sap yet. He is on Wander. Aww, Gracie's meowing for me. I should bring her up into the camera. She won't let me do that. She's looking at me like she wants the attention, but she doesn't want to move to this new spot. Gracie. Come here, Gracie. Give her a couple taps. Give her some pats. What you doing? Yes, hi. Okay, so, So yeah, this is the new base. We got most things migrated. I think I need to take the RG over to the old base at least once, and then we'll see what that's all about. Whatever I got left, I'll bring over here. I did bring black pearls and stuff, so I can do some of the advanced crafting. I do have some metal smelting already. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to stack everything. So we should be good to go on that, but I know I got metal at my old base. So anyway, the goal for today, well, not really the whole day, but one of the things I want to do is get a greenhouse up and running, because now that I have the Archaeopteryx, which is hopefully getting me sap, and I have the other stuff set up, the base set up. I have the giant beehive. That's also something I need to place down. Now that I have all this stuff, I should really work on getting actual, real, like, upgrades to my base. Cooking stuff. There's an industrial cooker, which, I don't think I've learned it yet. But this thing is amazing to have, but it is going to take quite a bit of resources. 1,800 metal, for example. And usually, what most people do is they make this industrial forge before they make any other industrial anything. There's also a steam forge, but the reason why, you know, you do the forge is because this makes metal so much faster. So I want to get crops up and running because they need time to grow anyway. I want to have a greenhouse. I want to have a beetle, because beetles will help me make fertilizer without me actually having to worry about anything. Like they'll just do that for free. So there's a lot of stuff I want to do, but greenhouse and plants and crops is kind of the way to do that. Now, unfortunately, beetles, the only way to get them is to find a cave that they're in. And I know of one cave that's not too far from here called the Northern, there's like, it's really weird. They call it like the South Caves. There's like a South Cave down here, and then there's a Northern South Cave, aka Pack Cave, and that's really not far at all. It is, yeah, 1,500 meters that way. The problem with that is I was just going through that in a server last night, and that was very painful. That was really, really, really obnoxious to go through. And eventually I'll need to do that anyway for the boss trophies and stuff, or the boss stuff. So I'm not really looking forward to that, but I don't know about the other South Cave. If that's gonna actually be okay. So we do have the theory. I think, yeah, this theory here should be leveled up, and the, like, the strong one and everything. I should be able to use this one and sacrifice it if need be. 15,000 health and 560% melee is pretty good. So we'll just be taking that with us. As much as I would love to take the spider with me, I guess I could. You never know, I guess. Let's head over there. Perfect timing for an ad break anyway on Twitch. I'm going to auto fly and go blow my nose. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, so we've now made it to Pack Cave. Pack Cave, like I said, this is pretty obnoxious, but what I like to do with it, because of just how it is, like, how it looks and everything, I personally like to clear this out and build at least a little shelter around. Also, like I said, I know how annoying this, I know how annoying that this cave is going to be, so I definitely want to have respawn boxes in case something happens. Oh, don't even. The theory can't move because of all the wood. You know, that's okay. I don't need that much. I mean, I'm gonna need some, but I don't need, like... I don't know if I quite need that much. I guess it depends on how much, like, base I put around this, but really, the main reason why I do it is I really just like to clear up this, all this, like, plant growth, bamboo and stuff. I just really like that to be gone. Clear up the entrance. It helps a lot. It doesn't really look like it's a problem right now while I'm on the ferry, but trust me, it gets quite annoying. Yeah, we'll do, I don't know, maybe 15 wooden fence foundations, and then I'll work on some walls. This is what I did last night, too. I basically just built a wall starting around this rock. I want to make this one smaller, though, because I don't really intend on going that far. Too bad it takes so long to craft all this stuff. Like, really, Oh, that's a snake. Hello. Don't touch my RG. This doesn't need to be perfect. It can look a little dumb. I don't really care. I don't even really need it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Come on. I don't even really need it to be perfect or anything. Sure. Looks kind of dumb. Gonna work just fine. I can make 7 walls, which is definitely not enough. I'm gonna need 14 walls. Let's start with these, though. Okay. I want the theory to be, I guess, neutral, let's say. No, don't punch the tree. Never punch the tree. Alright, let's grab a little bit more thatch. We don't need a ton. That should be plenty. Hopefully we have the wood for the walls. And we might need more wood. 5 more, yeah, that's not quite enough. Oh well, let's me clean up this area a little bit more. Yeah, you know what? Sure, that works for me. And then the doors, perfect. Okay, so now all we need is a little bit of a foundation. I think I usually make these triangle ones. And I need a little bit more thatch, dang it. I thought I had enough for that. Here's hoping that this cave doesn't just delete my stuff like it did last time. Well, the other Monday when I was streaming. We'll make a triangle foundation. We'll put a bed here. And this isn't perfectly walled off. Of course, something could land in here. You know, we could have like a T-Rex or something get in here. And that would be bad. Okay, everything else I don't care about. I don't think I really care about this stuff either, but whatever. In fact, I know I don't care about it because the theory doesn't fit through this area. And I don't want to carry this on me. Maybe the thatch, but yeah, I'm pretty good there. So cool. Welcome to Pack Cave. Yeah, so if everything is the same as it was last night, we should be fine for this portion. Yeah, we want to go this way. And we should have a opening right down here. And once we get just inside the opening, the theory is gonna go a little dumb and stand up. I don't know why he does this. I'm absolutely going to clear out this foliage, though. I want to see. Drop all. You can't really trust this cave. You gotta be really careful. This is the first big opening, and I can already see a snake. And I, like, can't fit in here. So we're gonna have to manually aggro the snake, I think. Stop standing up. Why are you doing this? Come on, game. Or not. All right, let's put the ferry back here. Is there a way to tell you to stop doing that? There's disable resource harvesting, which I don't want. Whatever. It's fine. You do that. Now let's see what happens. Come here, snake. No. Really? Is that a dung beetle right there? Nope, spiders and snakes. Let them come to me. What level spider are you? Out of curiosity. 45. Get out of here. The theory is a bit dumb in this cave. It kind of can't fit most places and likes to stand up really tall for no reason. But you know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's eat these because my character's thirsty and I'm dehydrating. Okay, so get out of the ferry. Thank you. We have to be like really careful because it's very, very easy when you're on foot just to get swarmed instantly. Nothing has really spawned in here yet. When I was on the server, this was full, but this was a server. Oh. Do we have angry bats? Yeah, we have angry bats. Okay. Oh? Is that a dung beetle? Dung beetle, level 45. What am I doing? Crossbow. No. Wait, you can just do that at any time? Oh, I don't have to be on the gun to do that? Cool. Okay, so it should only take probably one trank arrow to take that out. I still don't trust this section up here. You know, I just realized I don't really have a cryopod for the dung beetle. That's a problem. It's okay. Go, Theory, go. Wow, I just harvested a bunch of stuff there. 10,000 fiber. Like, this is kind of the crazy. I need to use up Theory stamina, so I'm just gonna spam melee. Wow, it has way too much stamina, honestly. Unless I'm sprinting around the map, it doesn't really use that much. This is kind of the crazy thing about dinos and harvesting in this game, is when you play as a human, this game feels really, really bad. When you're running around the beach in your first moments and you're like, oh, I need to harvest fiber, I need to harvest, you know, for some berries, I need to get some meat or some hide, and you just have your stone tools and that's about it. This game feels really bad. It'll be like, yep, you're swinging your pickaxe at a tree, here's 4 thatch, and you need 20 for this thing. You know, it's like, it doesn't feel great. But then you get on dinos, and you get better gear, and you get all this stuff that, like, eventually just upgrades you to the next tier. And so, like, fiber. Fiber is one of those resources that's extremely annoying to get as an early game player without a tame. If you're going around and you're picking it up, that's probably the worst thing you can do. But then we got a Moss Chops. Moss Chops gave me hundreds of fiber. You can get a Dire Bear, hundreds of fiber. You can get a Theory, thousands of fiber. Very, very, very quickly. Just from this stuff. And there's other tames that can do it too. But like, that's the scaling of this game. You are not really meant to play as your human character. The only thing that your human character is good for is making guns. And if you can find a good shotgun or something, you can melt things if you need to, but why? Why even worry about it? Okay, hopefully half stamina is enough for my Theory to... Not quite. There's not much I can do. I can try to waste stamina by sprinting around in here. But it keeps getting stuck on things because it's kind of too big for this area. Man, my nose is running today. Couldn't tell you why. Do you know how crazy my sleep schedule has been? And then, like, I get on stream and my body decides, oh, it's time for you to, like, have a runny nose and all this other crap. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Last night, I, like, didn't really sleep that well. I was like, hungry, I had some food, I got tired because, you know, kind of food coma, quote unquote. So I was like, you know what, I'll let myself go to sleep. Whatever. It was like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. No, I think it was later than that. I think it was like maybe 11 o'clock at night. So I'm like, yeah, 11 o'clock's late enough. Let's get some sleep. Oh, hang on. There we go. That's what we were waiting for. That's what we need to tame the beetle. And it only it being only level 45 should have been plenty. Oh, right. Beetles are a passive tame. Whoops. Do I wait for it to wake up? I might need to. I don't like you doing this, Theory. What the heck is that all about? There are lots of snakes. There's also crystal down there. Advantage spider, I guess. Anyway, yeah, so I ended up like going to sleep, and I was sleeping on my downstairs couch because it was cooler down there, and honestly it was pretty comfortable. So I was like, you know what, why not? And so I fell asleep down there. I was like, cool, you know, I'll sleep here. I woke up around 1, so I got like 2 or 3 hours of sleep, and then I stayed up from 1 until 7:30 and ended up going back to sleep and woke up just recently, like just before stream. So my sleep has been all split up, and now I'm like tired because I didn't get like great continuous sleep like you're supposed to get. Oh, and down we go. That's okay. I love the changes they did to the spider. The only thing that I hate about the spider is that you're supposed to have a web detach, like to cancel, and I can't cancel it. Like, web descend is hold X. There's no cancel. It says detach web, but it's unbound. It's supposed to be left control, according to what I see online. But like mine is not bound, and there's no like thing in here for you know, like detach web. And I'm not changing everything to the defaults just so that I can do that. So we just use the other end of the web and make useless zip lines. Anyway, so the whole thing with the not sleeping. So, you know, I do this thing. I'm up for these crazy hours. I can't get sleep, whatever. Not once does my body have runny nose, have anything crazy going on whatsoever. It's just being a body, just doing its thing. And now I get on stream and my nose is like, oh, how about we just super stuffy and we want to run at all times? Does that sound like a plan? Great. Yeah, okay. Either this dung beetle will wake up or we'll find another one. Why are you changing your shots, Spider? I didn't move the cursor. Oh, Scorpion, hello. I mean, I could take a Scorpion. They're not really that good. Wait, why did I say I was almost out of Dino Balls? I'm really dumb. I'm not even close to being out. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so far, Hat Cave is being very kind to us, and we don't have to worry too much about it. But this is the difference between single player and servers. I've done this lots of times, not this specific cave. I mean, I've done this cave a few times, probably 5 or 6 times. But the game of Ark, and I talked about this before, is wildly, well, not wildly, but it's pretty different when you're playing in single player versus a server, because everything has to load on you in single player. You can pretty easily just get into caves because things don't spawn very fast. And you can go in here and you can start to, you know, kind of clear them out. And if you really want, move into them pretty easily, typically. But on a server, since everything's loading all the time, it tends to load all these creatures, like, it'll load like dozens of them. Caves are typically extremely dangerous things. We should have been getting swarmed with bats and snakes and spiders. Like, when I did this last night, there were no less than 6 spiders to get to this point where I'm at right now. Then there were lots of snakes. There was probably 12 bats. I died a lot. Now, there's like 2 snakes at the bottom of this, a couple snakes over here. We found 1 beetle. You know, we're not really running into the quantities that I would expect like I did on the server. There we go, we'll take the silk. Ooh, can the spider really not fit through here? No, it can. Okay, I was gonna say. Okay, that's the way to the artifact. I don't want to do that. Come here, snakes. Can they not fit through here? That would actually be hilarious. I think we'll actually fight with the spider on this one. There's not that many creatures here, and it's just faster. Spider's getting kind of cranked out. That's okay, so should the snake. Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep. Okay. Do we have any dung beetles down here? Scorpion and snake. Like, here's the fun thing about the spider. We can just be like, okay, come get me, snake. It's really trying, but it can't do anything. This might be a higher level one. The interesting thing about this, and I wonder if they're gonna want to do a Scorpion rework soon, even though it wasn't voted on by the community and they have the other ones to do. The interesting thing about this is that the scorpions and spiders, the wild ones, don't get affected by the webbing. You can still trike them out with it, but they don't slow down with the webbing. Which I think is an interesting decision for both of them. I can kind of understand the other spiders, but the scorpion not being affected by it is an interesting call. I think it's good. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think honestly that's the right decision when it comes to oh crap, I got a web hanging from me now. I don't want to do this. I think that's the right decision when it comes to balancing the spider out a little bit, is make it so that it can do all this stuff, but it's actually pretty weak in combat. And I like that the scorpion resists it, because it's another poisonous or venomous insect. I guess it would be venomous. So, like, it makes perfect, complete sense, and I love that. But it does feel a little weird that, like, none of the other venomous things are immune to it in some way. Because, like, it's not the trank that is... You're still knocked out? Man, I really got you good, didn't I? It's not the trank that it's immune to. Despite it being a venomous creature, it's the webbing, which is weird. Maybe somebody who knows a little bit more about arachnids could tell me if scorpions can, like... I'm sure there are scorpions that hunt spiders, and I'm sure there are spiders that can take out scorpions pretty effectively. So maybe there's some logic in there somewhere where the scorpions are immune to the spider webs because there are actually scorpions that don't get tangled up in spider webs in real life. I don't know. I was hoping not to go this deep into the cave, honestly. I mean, if I'm going this far, I might as well get the darn artifact. And look for more spiders. Okay, we got another bat. Bats are kind of a problem, but if I can just get one at a time, it shouldn't be too terrible. This place is so empty compared to what it was last night. Wait, is the snake fighting the bat? No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I didn't want to do the web stuff that I was doing. I was trying to get the bat because it's funny. Okay, we'll just take out the snake. Good old-fashioned way. Wow, I can't believe I actually hit that. So this is the fun part with these bats. It's like, oh no, it's getting too close. You just drag it away and then keep spitting at it. What am I hitting? Oh no, it's getting too close. No, that's not what I want to do. It worked, but that wasn't what I had intended. Okay, goodbye. Alright, don't go in the water. Just don't. Oh, well, we're gonna be doing that, I guess. Oh, another spider. What are we looking at? Hello, spider. Wait, can it climb my webs, or is it stuck down there? It's trying to web me. Oh, it's webbing me, but not my spider. That's kind of interesting. Now it's wandering off. I should just pull out the theory and just go crazy with that instead. But I am having a lot of fun with the spider and its knockout. $95? Nah, I doubt it. I mean, I can get it, I guess. Maybe. Are you actually completely immune to spider? You are, okay. Well, maybe I can knock you out before I kill you. We both have torpor bites. Actually, I don't know if my spider's getting torpored. I don't think it is. Could have used tranked arrows. Is that another spider? Yeah, it is. No, wrong thing. 85 spider. Okay, we're gonna just change the arrows on this real quick. Oh, I was getting tranked, or I am still kind of getting tranked because of the no water situation. I just need to make it over to this water. Really? Yeah, go that way. Okay, there are actually no dung beetles. That is insane. There was one in the beginning. Oh, we have a cave drop. You don't know how bad I want to get that cave drop. Since I don't have very good loot right now, I think that's what we're gonna have to do. And because we're not quite done with the spider, but I got all these extra webs, God, laying around. Yeah, this is exactly why we bring the theory. Come on, you can definitely hit these somehow. There we go, that's a couple of them. Keep hitting them. Yes. Okay. Oh, more piranhas. We good? No more piranhas, please. Seem to be good. Ascendant cloth shirt. Ascendant torch. Really? I keep hearing some scary sounds coming from this cave, but I think it might just be the cave ambient sounds. Trying to grab that. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid getting in the water if I can. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab the spider. And we're gonna shortcut up to the artifact, because ain't nobody got time for swimming around the cave. Oh, we lost that. That's not good. That's not good. Please, nope. And we're out. Okay. Let's try that again. This time I hope that it'll actually... There we go. Just stick me to the roof of this. Perfect. And we've got a bat. I think you're not gonna do too well here. 135. Why are you such high levels all the time? It's okay. The spider can turn on a dime, so we can use this to our advantage. Hit you with a crossbow shot or two, that should help. Yep, there we go. Alright, let's go get ourselves the artifact. This was a lot less dangerous than single player. Artifact to the pack. Done. I love that I can do this. I love that the TLCs and stuff can let you approach things from new ways. Because none of this would have ever worked before with the spider. What I just did there, the only way to get up there is a grappling hook, which it's not like, you know, it's not like, oh, you can't do this without the spider, but it's one of the things that it's like, this just makes it so easy, because this is infinite. You web, you zip over here. We gotta detach the web. And then we can take a look. We don't have a drop in here, so we're good. We want to go back, we web. I wish I could just detach, like you should be able to, but I gotta do this weird stuff where I try to break the zip line somehow. It actually won't let me. There we go. Well, hopefully that one dung beetle wakes up. Apparently they wake up very slowly. I could go explore a couple other sections of this. Got a scorpion. Is the scorpion immune to this web? No, it's not. Okay. Depending on the level of scorpion, 55 male. I mean, it's not immune to my spiders, so I might as well knock it out. Perfectly fine. I don't know what I need a breeding pair of scorpions for, but I'm literally in a cave with them in my way for my destination, so I might as well. I think this is just gonna need to eat once. I'll just jump over it. Oh man, it's actually kind of stuck. That's great. It doesn't stay forever, but that's kind of cool. Oh, big water area. Water bad. We don't want that at all. Blue cave drop I want though. Even if it's probably not that good. Water bad, but branch not. Hello. Water very bad. They want to dismount me. Alright, change of plans. I'm not doing that. Please don't dismount me. Don't do some weird web thing and freak out. It likes to do that sometimes. This is actually hilarious. Oh, nope. I have a bad feeling they're going to be able to get me. I'm hoping no. I'm hoping that they are kind of stuck where they are. Worst case scenario, I can trank them out from here if I have to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Nice try, Sarko. Not happening. Little did you know I have spider cheese. That one already wants to run. We unfortunately have to knock them out this way, because they can dismount us, so we have to trank them out. It's not safe to get down there otherwise. Okay, that other Sarco seems to have gone away. I've got to level up. More weight, I guess. Iguanodon, Saddle Blueprint, Parasaur. I don't care about that. Away we go. Oh my god. Can't see anything. I freaking love this spider. I love the rework they've done to this. This is amazing. Close enough. Okay. Oh, our scorpion tamed. I already forgot about you. Thanks, guy. Wait, did I just hear a dung beetle? I'm gonna go up here. Okay, this is the way out. See, the other cool thing about the spider is that it highlights enemies, so it's a lot easier to see things while I'm in here looking for the dung beetle. Hopefully this thing is woken up by now. Dung beetle! It woke up. They shouldn't be aggressive. They're not normally aggressive. Tamed. Exactly what I came here for like 20 minutes ago. More than that, like 30 minutes ago. And now we can get the heck out of here. RG. Okay, you don't have anything important. Thank you, Spider, for once again just proving that you're kind of the best tame. Wow, the lighting's really weird right there. Alright, let's head back to base. Well, unintentional artifact. We got everything that we wanted and a little bit more. Got 2 scorpions, didn't care about those. Got a dung beetle, cared, and got an artifact. And some drops, I guess. This Ascendant cloth shirt is always the funniest thing to me. Hey, Demon, what's going on? Got a bunch of loot I didn't really care for from this cave I just cleared. The whole reason why I went there was to get a dung beetle because they help you get fertilizer for your base. And oil. They can generate oil from the poop too, so as a solo player, having dung beetles can be really nice. Especially if you have a ton of creatures that are just out and about. Which I do in... I have some penguins that I use for polymer farming. So the dung beetle should be able to pick up anything that they drop poop-wise and then turn that into oil and fertilizer, which is amazing. Dude, the spider is honestly the, like, the best thing in this game. I mean, it's not actually the best thing, but like, to put it in a weird way, like, this game has always had tames that have been like, why would you get one of these? And the spider was one of those, because it wasn't fast, it didn't climb walls, it didn't really have anything to do with webs. It did a web shot that would slow people down. That was it. It wouldn't apply torpor. It couldn't do any of the stuff that I've been enjoying it doing, basically. And then they did this rework, and I'm flabbergasted that the community decided that they actually wanted to rework the spider because, you know, a lot of times these reworks happen, and they're for dinos that are the meta. You know, they're for things like, you know, oh, we want a T-Rex rework, or we want a whatever. They're usually that type of stuff. I'll talk once I get out of range of this stupid stuff. Do I still have to enable wandering? I think he can just pick it up normally. Yeah, don't even have to do that. Cool. And they actually chose a creature that I think is really cool, and they reworked it perfectly. It has so much utility. There have basically been no creatures in the game that have been good for taming other creatures. There are ones that can do it, like the scorpion is one. They've got like a horse basically, and its whole thing is it's supposed to be a relatively early game mount that you can get. And it has like a buck kick that it can do, where it kicks with its hind feet and can knock something out. But everything about it, the problem is that a lot of the old creatures did their torpor based off of the damage they dealt. And so you would increase the melee damage, but if you hit the thing too many times, you'd kill it. They seem to have reworked the spider so that it does more torpor than damage. Because it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it knocks things out pretty quick. So it's actually, like, amazing for taming other creatures, which means that I don't have to make a bunch of stuff to help me with the taming. I just have to bring the spider and have a good position. And there are honestly just so many ways that you can use it now because of how it can climb. You know, I tamed a brontosaurus with it because I climbed into one of these trees where they can't reach me and just shot webs at it. And brontos are already pretty slow creatures, so, you know, doing that was like really, really easy. It just took a minute. But like, I'll definitely invest the time in order to have a free tame. This thing is not at all doing what it should be doing. I don't know why. And like, it keeps trying to like run, and it shouldn't run. It's tamed. Very weird. I was moving through the cave so fast, the stream was buffering. No, I probably had some weird drops. It looks like my stream hasn't been incredibly stable. It's fine. Or it's getting there. At a low point, it looks like I didn't even notice. Seems to be stabilizing now, though. I was just looking over at it. It was like kind of going yellow for a minute. Work has been slow and the tips have been suffering, but on the upside, I've been reading a lot. Ooh, what you reading? I will admit, I don't read as much as I should. I'm sorry to hear that the tips have been not great, though. That kind of sucks. Ooh, excuse me. I don't think I care about any of these. Classic Russian literature. Interesting. What's got you reading Russian literature? This is the first time I've ever heard of anybody reading Russian literature. Do you have, like, ancestry from Russia? I don't actually know. Like, you don't have to, just, like, this is actually really interesting, because nobody I've ever talked to ever has been like, oh yeah, I read Russian literature from time to time. Except for probably, you know, Russian people, but... Rip Trap, hello. Stream looks fine to me, just been sitting here eating dinner, which is why no text. Hey, that's fine. I mean, I welcome all people, lurkers and chatters. It does not matter to me. You are free to do whatever you want to do. That makes complete sense. Why let a streamer tell you otherwise? Honestly, man, streaming is super weird to me now. When I was in college, I used to do things and have a streamer up on the side all the time. Like, I got to know a guy, I don't know if he streams anymore, I should actually look him up. But I got to know a guy that was playing Dark Souls games, he's playing like Path of Exile and like other games like that. His Twitch handle was Vino, and I remember I was watching like every day, all the time. I was a regular of his, and I kind of stopped watching him. This is like one of the weirdest, most like introspective things that I've thought about in a while. But like I stopped watching him one day, not because I actually wanted to stop watching him, but because we sort of argued over something pointless and dumb. Like he was playing Dark Souls or something. I'm a big Souls fan, and I wasn't trying to backseat him in any way. But I joined his stream a little late, and so I like suggested something. I was like, oh hey, have you tried like going over to this location or something? I don't even remember what the suggestion was. And he said in like a tone, it was just the tone of his voice, he was just like, yes, Knight, I've tried that. And I was like, oh geez, guy, like I'm sorry, I didn't even mean to like do something. And maybe he was just having a bad day, but he said it in that way, and I was just like, you know what, I think at that time I was working like part-time retail, and I had a bunch of college work I had to do. And so I was like, you know what, maybe not today. Like maybe I'll just chill out and, you know, put on a movie or something. And I never went back. Not because I didn't want to, but because that was like, he was the main guy I watched. I stopped watching him, and I'm like, I'll catch him on his next stream, and maybe he like canceled the stream or something. And I don't know, like he definitely did still stream after I stopped watching. I guess schedules conflicted or something, never went back to him. And it's the craziest thing to me because, oh, goodbye. Good all the way by. Oh my god, ow. It's just the craziest thing to me because that, like, losing that interaction with him got me off Twitch. Like, I just kind of, like, didn't end up watching anybody else. He was the only guy I really watched. There are a lot of, like, big streamers and stuff out there, and there are people that play, like, games that I care about, but I honestly prefer their YouTube content more than their live content, because I'll admit I'm a little bit of a, what's the word? I'm a little bit impatient when it comes to my content. A lot of times I'm like, okay, well, just, like, I want to know, like, what the result is. Tell me a good story instead of let's watch you fail 30,000 times until you get it. Streams became a thing for me, which was... They basically became VODs, where I wasn't listening to the streamer at all. I would just glance over every once in a while and see what he was doing. But then I was just like, why don't I just watch the VOD? Because if he goes on a break for 20 minutes because of whatever, food or laundry or whatever the heck, I can just skip in the YouTube video to the part where he's back. And so I started doing that, and it honestly just, like, that was the last bit of Twitch I ended up watching, and I got off of it, which is really weird that now I stream on Twitch. But I don't know. It's just super weird to me. So it makes me think about that. I try to think about my tone when I'm talking to people on my streams, and try not to ignore them. I know I've been going on a small story here, but, like, I try to watch all my chats, and I try to be as respectful as I possibly can. It's just really hard sometimes, too, with context stuff of, like, sometimes you can't tell if somebody's a bot or not, you know? So you're like, hey, that's a weird question to ask that's very much like the questions that the bots ask, but I don't want to insult you and say, are you a bot? So... You know, it's super weird, but yeah, I think about that a lot. My best online friends are streamers I used to watch. Some people can't handle Dark Souls, they started lashing out. So should I skip to the part that I want to watch? Hey, you know, if you prefer to watch VODs, you know, I do have these on YouTube. That is completely up to you. But I enjoy your company. Sometimes when chat is dead, I sit here and think, I'm like, am I really streaming for anybody? Because I don't like look that often. They say one of the best things to not do is look at your, I said that like backwards. Don't look at your chat numbers. Don't constantly be analyzing if you have viewers or not. Just play. Because if you're constantly looking at the viewers that you're trying to get and all that other stuff, you're not really A, playing the game, and B, you're gonna work yourself up. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I said this thing and this person left, so I guess I can't say that thing anymore. And you're not supposed to do that. You're just not supposed to work yourself up like that. So, you know, it's I think the YouTube quality of the stream though is kind of bad, but I can't change that. There are no settings for me to change that for YouTube. You know, I stream in the same quality that I stream on Twitch, and YouTube has settings for like, okay, how much latency do you want to have? Do you want it to be, you know, low latency, ultra low latency, normal latency, but that determines like your quality. Basically, do you want like 480p or 720p or what? And so I prefer to stream in higher quality, but YouTube always just looks worse than Twitch when it comes to that quality. Whereas Twitch, you can actually set the bitrate inside OBS. Maybe there's something that I can do like that for YouTube in a different way, but I use like plugins and third-party stuff to do my dual streaming, so it could be something to do with the plugin. I tried streaming to YouTube once exclusively when I was first starting out, just to try it, because I was having trouble with Twitch, and I didn't really love it. Yeah, be yourself. If someone doesn't like it, you know, there's the door. Bye. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, you know. I want to welcome in basically anybody to my stream at any time. Yeah, I want to, you know, I like talking to people. I like hearing about the stuff, like Demon's reading this Russian literature stuff. I've never even heard of this. You know, he's saying like it's a classic thing, you know, blah blah blah. And like somebody brought it up. I've never even heard of it. I'm so disconnected with. I don't follow like people. I don't really follow like celebrities or other influencers or any person that's got any sort of like pull. I don't follow big name people at all. I'm not trying to bury my head in the sand. It's just legitimately I don't enjoy that level of like social media and stuff, where it's like, did you hear that this person is releasing this movie? Well, like, no, I didn't. It's not wrong that people do, but like, how did they hear about it? Is the question. Because for me, when I go on, you know, Facebook, Instagram, whatever I use, I don't get that stuff. I get stupid meme stuff. And I like my stupid meme stuff. So I don't hear a lot of that stuff. Ever since I basically stopped having to watch commercials, I don't see a lot of cool things. I don't hear about a lot of controversies for the same reason either. Like the new Spider-Man movie came out. I did go see that Monday night after stream, and it's a good movie. I really like that movie. But like, I never saw reviews on it. All I would see is in advertisements, you know, whatever, that would be like, it's like, you know, Metacritic, whatever, 93 out of 100 or whatever the heck. Like, I started seeing like the big flashy pop-ups that said that people liked it, and I didn't read any reviews. I didn't like see people talking about it anywhere. I just kind of that was it. I kind of saw the pop-ups, were like, oh, I guess people like it, and that was the extent. There's only one celebrity I wanted to see, but he is dead. Ah, that's... I'm sorry to hear that. That always sucks when somebody you actually care about or are passionate about is not around anymore. I wonder how certain celebrities and stuff would do today, the ones that have passed, you know, like... It's crazy to think that some of these celebrities have passed away quite a while now, but the dynamics of, like, the world stage have just changed a lot, even since their passing. Like, Robin Williams passed, what, like, 10 years ago? Something now? It was a long time ago by now. And you could sit there and think, like, oh, what did the guy think about, what would he think about today? And you can tell yourself, oh, well, like, 10 years ago wasn't that long ago. You know, that was, like, it's kind of the same as today. Yeah, kinda. But there's even more issues that have popped up. It's like, I would like to know... It'd be really cool if there was a way to know what those people would think about current events. How much chitin do I have? I should check that. Not a whole lot. How much do I need? 7 cementing paste, 25 crystal. Woo! I'm gonna need a lot more crystal. Do I have scuba gear? I don't think I have any scuba gear, but I have polymer. Metal ingot and fiber, huh? That's easy. I was gonna say the same thing. Michael Jackson. I would be really curious to see what Michael Jackson would say about the world right now. He had a lot of controversies himself. I'm pretty certain that the record has been set that all of the stuff about him being a pedophile and whatever is not true. There have been numerous investigations and reports and things over the years because people wanted to know after he died, and they talked to all these people and blah 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 blah. But, like, repeatedly, accounts keep coming out about him that are like, he was genuinely one of the, like, nicest guys you could have ever met, treated all of his employees with respect, you know, his band he cared for a lot, you know, like, there's a lot of stories that are just like, he was a genuinely good person from what everybody talks about. So what would somebody like him say about the current state of things in the world? Yeah, and celebrities get a lot of hate for things. I mean, some of them deservedly so, and others not at all. I mean, I never really want to be a celebrity, and even if, like, streaming, like, just randomly spikes one time, and I go from a nobody to one of the most famous people in the world or some crap, it's not something that I would enjoy. Some people want the spotlight. Some people want all that. I just want to be a person. You know, I don't want to be anybody super crazy. I just... I like to hang out with people, talk with them, and enjoy things together. I like to, you know, play games because I've always just played games. It's always been something I've done in my pastime. I like to bond over that with others. I want people to look at something and go, oh my god, that's super cool, or, you know, whatever. I like those moments. It's almost in the same way when you're doing, like, you're over at, like, a friend's house or something, and, you know, they start playing a game or whatever, and you could sit back and watch them play, or maybe it was a couch co-op thing. You could play with them, you could experience something together. It's that experiencing something together moment that I think streaming is, like, that's what calls me to streaming. In a different way than, like, doing YouTube videos is. YouTube videos are a different thing. I like to share my experience. I like to edit. I like to, like, record things and try to come up with fun little ways to play games. And I like when people can see that and they can go like, oh wow, this is super cool or whatever. I like when there is a little bit of a spotlight on the stuff that I make for YouTube. But streaming is different for me. It's the bonding between the player and their community. Which is why, like, people who stream things that are, like, random, like, I'm gonna eat every mushroom in the world until I die. That type of stuff, like, doesn't attract me. Because it's like, what are you doing with your community? You're just sitting there and you're trying to get reactions off of people like, no way, man, you can't do that. But it doesn't feel like genuine. It doesn't feel like something like that audience really cares about you. They just want to see the crazy stuff. And one of my favorite Michael Jackson songs is Man in the Mirror, because that song is basically about, like, hey, if you want to see better things happening, you gotta start with yourself. It's a really good song. I don't really like the song itself, but I like the message behind it. Because he says, like, I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics. Something like, something about this message can't be any clearer or something like that. If you want to make the world a better place, basically you got to change yourself. I don't remember exactly the lyrics, but that was like 80% accurate to what the lyrics are. And it's a good message to have, because I like somebody like him that's that big, that famous. He's the king of pop, and he's telling people, look, if you don't like the way things are in the world right now, ask yourself what you can do. You know, analyze what you do. This might be something that you are also, you know, part of the problem. And you know, take a look at yourself for a second here and see if there's any problems with it. And it wasn't like accusatory. It wasn't like, hey, you're terrible people and you should definitely be, you know, ashamed of what you are. It was like, the process of healing the world starts with looking at yourself and, you know, being the change that you want to see. And that's a song, like, and somebody like him, that popular, he's got, you know, billions of people across the world that know his name and listen to his music. The most famous pop star to basically ever have lived. And, you know, that, like, that's his message. It can reach out to so many people. Yeah, no message could have been any clearer. Yeah, you got it, Demon. I think it's such a good message in a song from one of the most influential people of all time. This topic's actually very relevant to the book I've been reading. Elder Zosima, an elder of an Orthodox monastery, shares similar sentiment in his final hours. Yeah, I mean, it's a thing that humanity has said for centuries, that, like, we are kind of the problem in the world, and if we want to fix things, we need to start by looking at what we do and holding ourselves accountable for things. And it's just not something that happens. It happens a lot for, like, the average everyday person, but for a lot of bigger people, it just doesn't happen. You know, somebody like Jeff Bezos isn't sitting down and asking himself this question. Like, am I truly doing the right thing in the world? And am I comfortable with who I am? Or maybe he is, and he's just answering, yep, this is fine, which is a different problem. That's, oh, hello, Gigas and Karchas. I forgot, in my single-player world, you guys actually spawn here. Yeah, we won't be getting the crystals over there. Huh. Well, the funny thing is, I've already proven with a friend that you can totally tame a Giga with a spider. What are we looking at? Giga 25. Please don't light yourself on fire, Karcha. Karcha 15. Giga 25. Too bad they're pretty low level, but they're still Gigas, which are one of the best creatures in the game. That Karcha's gonna die. My character is thirsty, but there is, like, nothing I can really do about that. So hopefully I'll just be fine. Guess we'll get some obsidian. Shut down all electricity. That'll make people look at the way they live. I mean, really, I don't even know if electricity in that respect would probably help with some kind of introspective, but, like, it's really just the community. Like, as we have globalized, we have, as a society, kind of reduced our dependency on our local community. Because, you know, if I'm an a-hole to somebody at a supermarket, my chances of them, and, like, the chances of us running into each other and that having any sort of effect on my life ever again is pretty low. And that's kind of the same thing with the internet, is like, unless it's something like Twitch or YouTube or whatever, where people come to see you all the time, you know, the odds of you running into a random stranger multiple times and, you know, whatever, having a bad interaction with each other is pretty low. in the world. But when your communities were smaller and it was like, look, there isn't a supermarket with employees that, you know, leave the job every 6 weeks, so constantly rotating roster of people that I interact with. This is a, you know, small local convenience store or, you know, tiny grocery store or something on a much smaller scale, where the employees have been working there for 40 years. And it's the only one in town or one of two in town, so you better be nice to everybody because they are going to recognize you because it's a small town. As we have gotten so big and globalized, we stopped needing stores like that, getting into the smaller stuff, and we've gotten into the much bigger, you know, we shop on Amazon type of stuff, and that means we never see the person and we don't have to treat them with any kind of respect because it's not going to negatively affect us. Man, my stream is buffering today. I'm looking at it. It says I've dropped quite a bit of frames. I've dropped 2.7% of frames. Hopefully it stabilizes. That's a lot. That's like 3 times at least as many frames as I tend to drop in a single stream. I think Panzer is kind of right with the phone thing. Phones, I kind of get what you're saying, Rap Trap, though. Phones expose you to a lot of stuff in the world that might make you feel like it's okay to be a certain way because you see it online and, you know, whatever, it's funny, that type of stuff. Also, hello, Panzer. But, like, they've also helped a lot, too. You know, we had a lot of crime and stuff, and not that we still don't have crime, but it's so much easier to document things, and there's a lot less, you know, word against word type of stuff. There's actual actions. You see stuff, like, with dash cam footage for, like, car accidents and whatever. One person could claim, like, oh, you know, you cut me off, and the other person could be like, I was just riding my bike and you hit me. And it's like, well, in most, like, legal cases, they would tend to side with, like, a pedestrian. Because as a automobile driver, you have to be on the lookout for pedestrians. And if somebody's riding their bike and you turn into them, that's on you. But if you say they cut me off, they're going to be like, okay, well, you know... They basically put the fault at the driver, but now you have dash cam stuff and you can see that there's people doing crazy stuff. You know, they do intentionally not look while they're on their bikes, and they, you know, will run into a vehicle and get tripped up. It's like, okay, well, that was your fault. We have, you know, technology to help with that. We have street cams, we have traffic light cams, we have dash cams, we have Ring doorbells, we have all this stuff that helps us with that. But the social media thing where you've disconnected having to talk to people in a, like, a meaningful way is definitely something that phones have brought on that I think contribute to the problem. You know, I'm putting my face out there on the internet when I do what I do, and I talk about things. This is my reputation. You know? And not that it would change my mannerisms at all, because this is just who I am. I stream honestly. Yeah, I'm not a character. I just am who I am. But I think a lot of people can hide behind that type of stuff where, oh, you can't see my face, you just hear my voice, and I'm behind an anonymous username. I can say whatever I want. You would never do half of these things if people could physically interact with you and put a face to your voice and name. Especially, you would never do that if you depended on those people. You wouldn't be dropping slurs and stuff like that like we see in society if that person, you know, was your mechanic for your car. Because they're going to be like, okay, don't get your car fixed then. I don't have to help you. I gotta catch up on chat. In pre-communism era, philosophers were getting the sense that people were isolating themselves and withdrawing from their communities. Yeah, I actually just watched a documentary on that for Japan, the Hikikomori or something like that. I think it's what they're called. It's like a society, it's a larger growing population of people who just withdraw into their homes for like decades and don't interact with society. Mostly because of social stigma and how Japan's culture is around work. But like, yeah, it was it's pretty cool when people, when like sociologists can put this stuff together and like really take a deep look at issues and try to come up with like what's causing this and why like psychologically humans will behave a certain way. I'll say the same thing I always say, humanity is a disease. I think that's the wrong way to look at things. A very pessimistic view. Small bad acts are much bigger than big good acts. It's not worth only looking at the bad things. You will see the good things. People would rather have brain rot than go out to play with friends. Some people would prefer it. Not all the people. Wouldn't even say most people. Blah, blah, blah. So, to step in on the argument that's happening here, I see where Raptrap's coming from. I don't want to say humanity is a disease, but humanity is a big problem for the world. But it's not humanity like all humans. It is, there are very big bad actors out there that are killing the planet. And that is true. Like, we really can't deny it. And then there's a lot of small acts that are also killing the planet, which can make you feel like humanity's doing terrible things and humanity shouldn't exist. But there's a lot of really good acts out there too, and a lot of great leaps in innovative technology that can help us make the world a better place. There's lots of organizations and stuff for like social care and just a lot of things out there. There's a lot of good that happens in the world too. But as Panzer says, you see a lot of the bad actor stuff because it's more popular. It just is. It's way more popular. Audiences like it more. It drives algorithms forward more to have bad news because people react to it. They comment. You get angry. You comment on it. You argue. Anger is the hardest thing for a human to avoid having. When you get angry, the first thing you want to do is act. You want to tell somebody off. You want to tell them they're wrong. You want to, you know, fight them, punch them, whatever. You're trying to. Anger is a really difficult emotion to wrangle in. That's why we have anger management. Because people really, really struggle with that stuff. You know, on one hand, you have things where it's like, we have giant companies polluting our oceans, but we also have massive cleanup efforts and, you know, wildlife rescue services and all this other stuff that's being led and funded by big people and small people alike. Corporations and individuals. We're taking advances in medicine to stop people from dying to crazy things that they used to die to all the time. But we also have poor quality of living because of, you know, whatever pollution in our water or our air. It's really hard, but I can't really say you can blanket statement that humanity is bad. It's just that we need to do something to the people that have... The people that... The funny thing about it is that in order to have the power that some of the people have to change the world by themselves, they have to do terrible things. We have to stop them from doing terrible things in order for it to get better. One person having all the power has always been a problem across history. But it's humanity as a whole, whenever you get everybody involved, is when you realize the good in humanity. When communities are struck with disaster, say a hurricane comes through and wipes out a town in Florida, the first thing people are doing is helping their neighbor. They're going out there, they're knocking on their doors, they're, you know, digging them out from rubble, they're, you know, saving the pets, they're grabbing their boats, their vehicles, whatever they can. They're grabbing people on the way, like, quick, dude, get in my boat and we'll, you know, try to get down river from this or whatever, because the entire street is flooded. You know, they rescue stranded people on rooftops. We have this need to help each other out. That is there innately. So humanity really does care about each other. We really do have a lot of good that you don't even have to prompt it. It just happens. You go out into public and you talk to people in public, face to face. You go to a store, you go to a restaurant, you whatever. You're going to have bad actors, but 90% of the time, 95, 99% of the time, you're going to run into everybody who just is a good person, honestly speaking. And you do see that stuff, too. It's just that those acts mean a lot when the community can be together, and the community can't be together online like that. You just really can't. And I kind of agree with the conversation that you guys are going on now, is like, you can't say that humans are not part of nature. We are, but we affect everything on... We have this intelligence and we can affect the world on a much grander scale because there's a lot of us. Billions of us. And we have the power to shape the world in a way that we can do whatever we want. But again, there are good humans and bad humans, so I wouldn't go so far as to say humanity is a blight that needs to be eliminated from the earth. I can see what you're saying, that there's definitely bad actors and stuff that are doing some bad things, but I still think if you ever get the chance to, go out, interact with people, you know, publicly, face to face, bring up small talk, help them out with something, you'll notice that people care a lot more than you think they do. I need chitin. There are a lot of bugs in Swamp Cave. I could get chitin from that. I need my theory for that, though. Yeah, I think Panzer's on with that argument is, I wouldn't say humanity is a disease. We're causing problems, but we can easily change the problems. We should be living in harmony with the planet, not killing it. And the answer is not to eradicate humanity. It's to it's to, God, words. Answer's not to eradicate humanity, it's to improve humanity. It's to have people think critically about you know, what they're doing in their lives and have some sort of moral responsibility that they adhere to. Make them see the you know, whatever, the pain that they cause with their actions and reflect on that. The answer is to open up the eyes of humanity, not to obliterate it. I hate that this theory is in the ceiling. It really bothers me. It only happens because the ceiling is kind of too small for this. I don't have a better creature for this right now, and I need Titan, so we're gonna do this. I think you guys are making good points overall. Sleepy, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, Sleepy. How have you been? It's been quite a while. We're apparently going on a big debate on whether or not humanity is good or bad. Though, I keep it somewhat civil, guys. Oh, don't worry about it, Sleepy. It's nice to have you back, though. You gotta do what you gotta do for your own life. You know? If that's, you know, study for classes or whatever's going on, I'm not gonna even once judge people for having to, you know, be gone from stream. It's completely understandable. I only play video games. I'm not, like, here to fix your finances. Come on, bugs. Up here. Look at all the spiders. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Now I just gotta be able to hit them somehow. This is what caves should be like. Ooh, Arthro. The theory's a little too big to be used in this cave, but we're gonna do it anyway because I needed the materials. Okay, can I get out of here now? What in the world did I join into? Yeah. So... Alright. I don't want to do this, but, take a break. And Rap Trap, I specifically timed you out because, you're like, I'm not ending this conversation until you tell me what I want to hear. Not the right angle to be putting into a civil conversation, my guy. Demanding somebody to adhere to your logic or whatever, otherwise you're not gonna stop, is not beneficial to any fruitful conversation. Nobody is going to listen to demands. That's part of the problem we have in today's world, is that people are like unwilling to just let it go. It's okay to disagree. If you really don't like humanity that much, we don't have to try to convince each other, but also we should all just stop with that conversation at this point. It's not being productive anymore. People are just arguing about dumb things. It's not worth it. I think the valid argument is that there are bad people in the world and we need to do better, and, you know, hopefully they can see themselves, hold themselves accountable, or we can hold them accountable and save our planet. That's the real answer. The answer is not to eliminate humanity and to generalize everybody into all one category. It's easy to do that, especially when you see online that that's what people are saying. Literally, that humanity is a disease, a plague, a virus type of argument. It's a big internet thing. But yeah, we're just not gonna get into that. I know what you mean to say, but we're gonna let it go. Anyway. Sleepy's like, I mean, yeah, we're pretty messed up as a species, but I think that's a bit dramatic. Yeah. Wow, all of that gave me 72 chitin. Well, that's not great. Need to find a better way of getting chitin. This is a good way, but I don't have a good tame for it. Just have the theory. If I got a megatherium, that'd be better. But the megatherium is not a creature I own, and let me guess, you still have not gathered any sap whatsoever. Nope. Okay, so there's something wrong with this, because it's not working at all. So as much as I don't want to do it, because he should just wander. Like this, I think this right here is what causes them to be fine. For whatever reason, he was like freaking out and flying into the tree. So can I just like put this down around my base? Maybe that'll work better. Yeah, Megatherium Swamp Cave is the go-to strategy. Absolutely. Stay. Stay. I don't know why you're freaking out. Just stay. I think when they freak out like this, they don't... they're not collecting anything. I don't know why it's freaking out like that. Is it me? Maybe if I just stay away, he'll be fine. All right, I'm thinking I don't want to just use the sap that I get in the terminal for free, but if the Archaeopteryx is not actually going to collect it because he's freaking out, then I think that's all I can do is really do that. I could get a sap tap. I think it's just me getting too close to him. Because he wants to, like, run away all the time, so maybe... I don't know. Maybe that'll work. Okay, so Swamp Cave Megatherium strat is probably going to be the go-to for later, but I think for now we're just going to do a little bit of frog scouting and see if we can eat some bugs. Because I want cementing paste, and I don't know why I keep leaving this terminal. Right there. I need cementing paste, and the frog is the best way of getting that. Hopefully I actually find bugs. Melee damage, I guess. Yeet. Alright, let's, we can wander in here without getting dismounted by all the freaking nasty swamp creatures, then maybe we'll get some sort of resources. Ah, Thyla! That's not even a swamp creature. Enough. Okay, low-level Thyla. You know, I didn't think mid-hop that I would get dismounted by a Thyla, but I guess, you know what? That's fair. Baryonyx? Really? 35. Go away. I love how the frog is like one of the strongest creatures. Like, it's not actually, but you'd think it'd, you know, die to some of these carnivores and stuff. And it can actually hold its own. Surprisingly strong creature. Wait, was that a bug? Yeah, we got some bugs. Give me. Give me more. What was that? The tongue just went, like, through the frog. Oh, yes. 48 more. And 78 chitin. More bug. God, I love the frog. Oh, another bug. Where'd it go? Wow. This is the best part about the swamp or the forest when it comes to bugs, is there's a lot of them, but they only aggro when you start attacking them or when there's a killed creature that you harvest. And so you could just kind of sit here for a while. Boom. So much more effective. Number one reason to get one of these guys right here. Snail, 145, my god. I do want to get a snail. Ultimately, I'm kind of working my way towards that. I need to make sweet vegetable cakes for that, though, which means I need a garden, which means I want a greenhouse. It is sounding increasingly more dangerous around me. Acro, Carno, Dinosuchus. Something big just died. How's my armor? Kinda low. Raptors? Kind of losing to a Doed? This right here, this is what I'm talking about. Carnivores like raptors, you would think would win against a frog any day. But they don't. They just don't. Thyla? Oh, I would prefer you don't. Though I could use a higher level Thyla. I'm not in the mood to tame one right now. If I want to tame one, I'll do cheesy spider strat. Which reminds me, I should make a Quetzal saddle or platform saddle potentially. So I can try out my new spider strategy. Thyla level 10. Okay, you're not even a high level. 55 RG. Same. Let's try to stick to this coast. Oh, now we're on the topic of climate change. Okay. I think the argument for if climate change is bad or not is it's a thing of like how people like what frame of reference people end up using. Because for some people they'll say, oh, climate change is normal. It happens over the like centuries and millennia that the earth has existed. We've had climate change all this time. So, like, it's not a bad thing that the planet changes, but then they're, like, not acknowledging the fact that, maybe all of this climate change that's been happening has started happening when humans were industrializing everything. It's like, well, then maybe you need to look at that. And to say it's not a bad thing, like, that's again, the frame of reference of like, yeah, the planet does this sometimes. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe it does. This still doesn't change the fact that maybe somebody in California doesn't get to have their house or wherever, you know, one of the coastline cities where the water levels are rising. Or the animals in the world that are, you know, like polar bears not having ice to roam on. It's like, well, maybe that's not a good thing. No matter if it's natural for the earth or not, it's not really a good thing to see polar bears dying because they don't have any ice to roam on, or them ending up in the wrong continents because of it. Like, maybe they did that millennia ago when the planet was warming last time, but it's like, you still can't really say that, like, the species having to adapt forcefully is a good thing. Might be a natural thing, but it's not a good thing. Rap Trap, the fact that you sat there for 10 minutes and stewed on this and waited to post this just to try to bring up the dead argument because now we're talking about climate change. Like, come on, man. Obviously, people aren't agreeing with you. And you know what? That's okay. It's okay for people to not agree. You don't have to try to make people see your way. If you don't believe it or don't want to believe what they're saying, that's fine. Don't. Nobody's telling you, like, you have to believe this certain thing. They're just countering your arguments with other things and saying they don't believe what you believe. And you've been sitting here now for 10 minutes stewing on this old conversation. Move past it and join a, you know, different conversation that we're having now about climate change. Doesn't have to be about how humanity's bad. It's just talking about climate change. Different political argument, kind of adjacent to it. Natural flow of conversation is to switch into topics that are adjacent to the previous one. And all this could end up turning into, since we talked about polar bears for a second, bears and how cuddly they are, or not cuddly. But, whatever. I mean... yeah, I mean, that... I agree with Sleepy here. It's like, having a healthy debate is not a problem. But... It's getting past that point now. And they're probably not even here anyway, listening to what I'm saying. But we're past that point at this point. It's not having a debate. It is, unless you can definitively do this one thing, I won't believe you. And I'm going to keep bringing up the fact that I don't believe you repeatedly until you prove me wrong. And it's like, but people did try to bring up things, and I guess you didn't like that argument. But now you're just kind of being argumentative about it. Like, you're intentionally looking for a fight when it's moved past that conversation. Just stop. That's one thing that I just don't really tolerate, is learning when to let it go. And I struggle with it myself. I get into arguments all the time with people that, you know, it could be my mom or whatever, people I care about, where we have differing opinions on things. And it's not about anybody being ignorant about anything. It's just people think different ways. And you're not supposed to try to convert people all the time. You don't need to try to persuade somebody to think like you think. You can just have a conversation about it, and if they say, you know what, I don't agree with that, go, oh, okay, and move on. Persuading people to see your point of view is not necessarily a bad thing, but you have to do it gradually over time, civilly. Not, fine, I'm gonna take my ball and go home. It's like, that's not any way to have a meaningful conversation. I'd have banned somebody who says humanity is a disease. Well, I think that's taking it a little too far, personally. The argument is that there are a lot of bad humans out there that are plaguing the world. The world is literally dying because of humanity in many aspects. They're not wrong about that. That is a true statement. And so you can definitely say we are a disease in that way. I don't think it's wrong to say something necessarily like that. It's where you want to go with that. It's, if you're trying to say humanity should be eliminated, that all of humanity is a disease, that there are no good people, that's a problem. But to say that, you know, I don't know. I think it's strong wording for sure. I don't necessarily think it's wrong. Humanity is killing the planet, but not all humanity. It's a very fine line to walk on if you're going to bring up that argument. Really what that speaks to me is somebody who saw something on Instagram or TikTok about people talking about how the planet's dying and how we're killing it and all this other stuff, and it's a very popular phrase in that circle of things, to say humanity is a disease, that they are a blight, a plague, a virus. Stems all the way back from at least 1999's Matrix. The Matrix kind of said the same thing. So, you know, like, that's part of the reason why I don't disagree with that statement, is it's been something that people have been saying for decades. And you can bring up things, it's like, yeah, we consume all resources and we leave it for dead. That's a problem. We do that collectively as humanity. We, as individual humans, do not do that. It's, you know, bad actors and bad organizations and bad societies and whatever, bad time periods. Terror bird. Oh my god, that's an acro. I don't want to be part of this anymore. I wanted to get those bugs, but I think we're gonna go back. The frog's looking pretty beat up, and now's a good time as any to get back home and not deal with losing this really high level frog. Exactly, Panzer. It's that argument. It's that, like, close-mindedness thing that I don't really tolerate. You know, I try to be as open-minded as possible. I want to see everybody's angle. I kind of agree with both sides of the argument here. It's been something that has been said for a long time. Whether or not you agree with it is fine. It's okay to have that conversation. But it's just wrong to say that all humans, and especially if they end up calling people out by name. But it's wrong to be like, humanity should be wiped off of the planet. Clean slate. I don't believe that. I do think that the bad actor should be held accountable. Oh boy. 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 That was a Microraptor, an Allosaur, an Acro. We're gonna get back to base now. Really fast. Come on, frog, go. We're not really disease. If anything, we're more like lice. Yeah. You could say it that way, too. A pest. You know. Yeah, like people have hearkened humanity to that before. A parasite. But in my personal opinion, the difference of somebody saying humans are a disease or humans are a parasite is basically no different. You're saying that it is a mass-spreading, unwanted thing that ends up killing or feeding off of its host. So, like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with the wording. It's what you do with that wording. It's just the kind of thing that happens when you get stuck on social media and you see this type of really big, bold, hot button like rhetoric that goes around. There's some truth to it, but you start getting a little bit radicalized. Human history has been a teeny tiny blip on the Earth's history. It'll continue doing its thing far after we're gone, like it did before. That's true. As long as we don't kill the planet. Like, we are a teeny tiny blip, and it will continue as long as humans, you know, if humans disappear or whatever, the Earth will eventually heal, probably, unless we completely, well, excuse me, destroy some part of it that can't be recovered. Like I'm saying, I get the argument that was trying to be made of, we're doing bad. We need to do better as a society to our planet. And then, yeah. Just needs to kind of end at that point. Alright, I need at least... I want to make it 4x2, so 12 walls. 4, 4, 2, and 2. Okay. And then I'll need 8 ceilings and a door. Okay, we have just enough crystal to do this, I think. Greenhouse wall, greenhouse wall, wall, wall. No, not at all what I wanted to do there. Wall, wall. I wonder how the dung beetle's doing. Well, I have to go farm the penguins here. They're getting a little out of control over there. I apologize for getting so worked out. Nothing frustrates me more than a fool making broad generalizations like that. Touting this suicidal empathy. Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from, and I appreciate you apologizing. Like, you simply being able to acknowledge that you got yourself worked up with whatever, you know, is I think they do have to wander. Because they can collect it, but I think then they need to wander, but they can't wander because they get over encumbered half the time anyway. Yeah, 33 weight, but yeah, that's never gonna happen. Anyway, you being able to acknowledge that you got worked up over it is a, you know, it is you being able to acknowledge, you know, maybe a flaw of yours and do that. Like, you're proving that you can reflect and be the better person from that. I'm not even mad. The conversation happened, and it did get a little heated, but people weren't throwing insults. So I think everybody's good here. And this kind of harkens back to what I was saying towards the beginning of the stream, where I'm like, I want to treat everybody with respect, and I don't like insulting people and calling people, like, bots and all this other stuff. I want to, you know, I want to welcome people, have a nice, warming community and nice discussion with people. But then you're just getting into... There's a limit, you know? I want to do these things, but I also have to limit it a little bit if people are getting a little too worked up. Okay, so that should water this. Irrigated, cool. If I make a shovel, I can get the tilled effect, which will help crops grow. So nice to be on stream again and think about something other than my roommate's cat wiping its feces on my bed. Oh no. Trying to urgently move dorms. I never had to live in a dorm myself. Mostly because it was way more expensive for me to actually live in a dorm than to live at home, so... But, you know, not everybody has the bonus of being able to be at home. If your university is too far, you know, it's a sacrifice you gotta make sometimes. There we go. There we go. I think everything's tilled now. I'll just have to check. Tilled, 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 tilled. Okay. Cool. It's gonna take him a minute to do that, and we're gonna have to go get the actual crop seeds anyway. Bees are sort of a problem, because they'll sting you when you try to get close, and they can do some decent damage. So I don't want to put them down yet. I think we're gonna just... I don't know. I think I got more chitin back in my other base, too. Do I want to get the iguanodon, or can I just theory it? Probably just theory. I got plants up here I don't want anyway. There we go. Okay, narco seed. I don't think I want to grow stim berries. Oh my god, don't do that, game. I'd say calling humanity as a disease, I'd say that calling humanity a disease is an insult, but I recognize it's easy to make claims like that when you're looking through the macroscope and forget the infinite value of the human soul. That is a very powerful statement. But, yeah, I think most people look at that through a macroscope. I think that when somebody says something like that, they're not trying to... Oh, maybe I can't get seeds from this. I should be able to. They're not trying to, like, insult anyone. They're just trying to look at it from the big lens. But you're definitely a critical thinker, because I don't think... Personally, I don't think about the human soul when I talk about humanity. I think about humanity as a whole, tend to generalize things. Myself, I mean... Hello, Acro. Okay, we're not actually getting the other seeds that I want. We're only getting berries, so maybe I do have to use the Iguanodon. Let's put narco berries in here. We'll put meat in here too. Why not? Fortunately, I live 100 plus miles away from my family, so the commute would be insane. Yeah. So, I couldn't really afford to go anywhere like that. You know, I couldn't afford to be going to a place that far away. I had to go somewhere local. Otherwise, I'd have debt. I don't have debt right now. That is the best thing about my life, is that I do not have debt. So, you know, I prefer to not have debt than to go to some school somewhere where I'm gonna be locked into debt. Like, yeah, I got to go to this place, but now I have all this debt. Sometimes it's worth it, depending on what you're studying, where you're going. There are certain universities that have more prestige for the field you're studying, and getting a degree from there might be the guaranteed shoe-in that you need to get into your industry. I studied project management. You can do that just about anywhere. There's probably some business school that's, you know, more... whatever. More prestigious to have. But, like, I wasn't... I don't think it matters. Me personally, cynically speaking, I don't think college matters anymore. Unless you're really getting into a crazy field, you know, rocket science type of stuff, where you have to have a PhD or a master's in something to even be considered a peer in that field. In order, or, you know, to get a degree in something that's like, you know, therapy, psychology, this type of stuff where you're studying the nuances of the human mind. That's extreme stuff where I feel like you have to be educated on that. When it comes to normal work like business, you don't have to be educated formally, professionally in business to run businesses. You know, computer stuff, depending on what you're getting into, but like computer science is basically programming stuff. You can learn programming any moment, anywhere, any time of day. There's millions of resources. You can experiment on your own. You can build things on your own. What people want to see in those industries is a portfolio. They want to see, what have you done? What can you point at and prove as something that you have managed or worked on or built with your own two hands? But since and this is probably not a true statement, but, you know, I feel like 90% of jobs out there are not ones in which you have to study the intricacies of the human mind or anything crazy like that, like the advanced physics of, you know, objects in space. I don't think that college is really necessary these days. I worked for 3 years at a company. I had a bachelor's degree and an associate's degree, one in project management, one in mathematics. And when I had my interview with my boss or whatever, and I talked about like references from past employers and stuff, and all this crap that they want you to have, that they tell you that you need to have in order to be in the workforce. He was like, yeah, I don't care about that. He hired me purely based off of my character. And that's the crazy thing about the world we live in, is that somebody like that, you're told throughout your entire life that you need to have this, this. And then you get to a job and the boss that makes the ultimate decisions, who's running his company, is just like, yeah, whatever. Like, what can you do? But I don't know what you're studying either, so I won't tell you that what you're doing is wrong or anything like that. Sorry if I like pause between how I speak. You may have noticed that sometimes I just like say something, pause for an extended period of time, or like switch topics and then go, anyway, back to what I was trying to say. I truly believe I have undiagnosed ADHD, but you know, I can't afford to get to a doctor and actually get a test of any kind. So this is just how my brain is going to work. When I was growing up, like doctors and that type of stuff, the mental, you know, psychological, psychiatric type of stuff that goes on with the human mind was not something that was really talked about or thought about in my families. My families are very blue-collar, you know, pull yourself up by the bootstraps type of things. So when you say something like, oh, I can't study, they're just like, well, you don't get to eat until you study, or whatever, you know. They didn't tell me that. They weren't quite that hardcore about it. But, like, the general thing was like, well, when I was a kid, if I didn't get all A's on my report card, I didn't get a car. Good night. It wasn't like, oh, you can't study. Well, what's going on? And you, like, explain it, and it's like, oh, you know, like, maybe we should take you in somewhere, and, you know, I've heard that people have, like, ADHD. Maybe you have ADHD, and we should get you looked at. There was none of that. It was just like, well, do your best. And I think most of that was, we didn't have a lot of money, so that's just kind of how it was. Okay, so we've got, what did I just plant? Carrots, I believe. Yeah, carrots and corn. I need potatoes and what's the other one that I'm missing? Carrots, corn, potatoes, lemon. Yeah. So we just get to farm bushes until we get the RNG of collecting the seeds that we want. I was pressured to go to college by my parents, and I was too afraid of their judgment to quit, even after I realized that I wasn't interested in what I was learning. Some lessons are more expensive than others. I was legitimately interested in what I was learning, and I took, like, sociology courses and stuff like that in college, which really opened my mind up to different forms of thinking and different ways of viewing things, because I'll admit, when I was in my grade school years, I very much was more right right-wing leaning. I think most of that came from my family. They were just very down-to-earth blue-collar workers, and a lot of those types of people tend to be right-wing because what they care about are things like taxes on their home, the price of groceries, whether or not they're, what kind of environment that their kids are going to grow up in. They don't want their kids to be exposed to things that are gonna, put them down the wrong path in life and all this other stuff. There's, and like moral standards, that type of stuff, strong religious moral standards is what the theme of that type of group of people tends to be. Not all of them, obviously, but that's what I was raised with. And I still am very religious. I'm still a Christian. I'm non-denominational. I can have conversations about, science and evolution and stuff, and not just go, no, that can't happen because the Bible says this. I have an open mind with understanding what humanity has been able to study and, figure out and solve and whatever. But, and I'm not even going to try to argue for being a Christian. I just personally have had some experiences where I, believe, and I'm not going to try to convert anybody on that. But I'm going to respect the other schools of thought too. Because it's okay to not believe what I believe. It is in my religious belief that, one should try to find God, but it is not in my religious belief to force you to find God. But anyway, because of how I was raised, there wasn't a lot of value on mental health stuff. And it's not like, I don't want to make it sound like my parents, didn't pay attention to me and didn't do that stuff. They did. They just approached it from a different angle. My own mom struggles with mental health stuff. It's a huge thing for her. And she understands a lot of it. But when I was growing up, it wasn't understood well. Stuff about anxiety and depression and all that was just like, you were lazy. was the sentiment. And so anyway, when I was in school, I had a more right-wing logic because I watched the people that were close to me in my life, my family, have these values and have these feelings and be successful. Have families, have homes, have jobs, live a decent life. And I watched people who had the more left-leaning opinions and stuff tend to struggle a little bit more because they'd always have excuses for why they couldn't do something. But then college helped open my eyes a little bit more to, it's not black and white. It's not so easy just to, you can't generalize people like that. And a lot of my family members did go to college, but I think they went through it somewhat stubborn where they were like, I'm not going to choose to believe what people are telling me here. I think that's dumb. I'm just going to go through, get my degree, and whatever. Well, I guess I have extra seeds that I can get, so I'll keep farming a little bit for those so that I can get these crops. I got narcoberry. I'll probably do a second narcoberry because I got 4 like vegetable-esque crops, which you need to make all the advanced stuff. And then I have narcoberry, so I can get another narcoberry. That would be 7, and I could get a stimberry. I don't think I need to grow mayho berries. I could grow double the carrots or something, but honestly, you just don't use these that much. Of course, I don't really use stimberries at all either, so I guess, what's in bug repellent? Carrot and citronal. Maybe I grow more lemons. Instead of double narcoberry, maybe I grow lemon and carrots. Just so that I have extra for that. Unfortunately, getting the vegetable seeds is just pure RNG, and you hope that the dino that you're riding ends up harvesting what you want. Corn. Citronal. We need rock carrot. I went the other way. I used to be very liberal. As I've gotten into the world and experienced seen some things come closer back to the center. I agree with that. Like, I value myself more as a centrist than any particular leaning of one way or the other. I probably lean a little bit more towards the left these days, but there is a good part of me that still... I don't know, it's hard to say. I feel like, and that's the thing about politics, is that it's not easy for you to go to say I'm left or I'm right. You have very strong opinions one way or another on topics. There are a lot of things in this world where I hear people talk about things like, oh man, you know, I just can't get up and like, I don't have the motivation, or I can't sleep, or I can't do these things. You know, and they come up with like reasons why they can't why they can't be productive in society. And I sit there and I hear that, but I'm like, okay, but like, you gotta do something. You have to have a job. You have to you have I ate food. Oof, I ate the poop. You have to be productive in some way. You can't just sit there and do nothing all day. So what is it that you're going to do? You know, what job do you want to have? How are you going to make money? You do have to be a productive person in society. I guess I can grow more narcoberries. I still have one extra crop plot. I guess the simple way of putting it is, I like people who can help themselves. And I can acknowledge, okay, you have, you know, maybe you have social anxiety or whatever, and you struggle with that. There is nothing wrong with having that. But you do have to learn how to deal with that, and how to wrangle that, and to then get back into the game and be part of the global community of people. You can't just give up because you have these things. But I used to be very much like, oh, well, if you have this stuff, just figure it out. It's like, well, I can understand it takes time. You still need to figure it out, but it's not as simple as like, okay, get this medication, take it, and you're good. It's like, well, It's more complicated than that. Need to get to the root of the issue. I don't know. Humans are complicated, so there's not one good way of thinking about something. I used to not really believe a lot of the, like, topics of, like, gerrymandering and all this redistricting stuff that was happening. I was like, look, people go out and vote, and it doesn't really matter how they draw district lines. That person was probably going to win in that area anyway. But then when I took my sociology class, you know, and I started seeing some of the results of that, I was like, okay, no, it kind of does matter. Really probably shouldn't be drawn this way. And it is just kind of scummy. Like, what's the reason for it? To win. It is just so that they can win a congressional seat. It's like, that's not what it's about. You are in politics. You're in Congress because you want to serve the people, not to win. Or the same thing with, like, generational wealth. I was very much anybody can make it at any time. You know, we all have kind of the same starting point. It's like, well, we really don't. But it took me being exposed to these other schools of thought for me to really think about that. Like, I'll admit, I am privileged right now because I'm not making a lot of money doing what I'm doing. Yet I'm still able to do what I do because I have assistance. Not everybody gets that assistance. So their life is different. They can't spend time making YouTube videos. They have to spend time, you know, after their full-time job going and delivering packages because they need to support their family. It's tough. Humanity's complicated, life is complicated. That's all I can really say. I grew up around rednecks. I use that term affectionately now because I realize it's the consistent effort and the ideologies of these regular people that keep us all alive. I'm trying to find the words for it, but basically I agree. It's like, yeah, somebody might be a redneck, but they're also the type of people that have the strong core values that wouldn't run the world into the ground. A lot of rednecks where you'd be like, well, they're, you know, whatever, homophobic or whatever the case is, and I don't, you know, and they are Bible thumpers or whatever you want to call these type of people. It's like, they're also the same people that would willingly, like, let you stay in their home. They would willingly just be like, oh yeah, you need a place to crash because, you know, whatever's going on, you're struggling in your life. Dude, I got a couch. Come on over. You don't get that a lot from... I mean, you can get that from, like, left-leaning people and stuff, too. But they approach it from a different lens. They approach it from a, like... They approach it from, like, well, I see how society has shaped you and how you're here because of circumstances out of your control. So I want to, you know, be generous and do a selfless act. But for, like, the right-leaning people, it's not about being selfless. This cache is in the tower? Well, that's annoying. I think you can land up there, but that's really annoying. For a lot of the, you know, redneck people, it's not about that. It's just, you're somebody in need and I want to help you. That's where I, you know, I was trying to say earlier, it's like, humans are better than we think they are. And there would be a lot of people that are both right and left leaning that could feel a different way about it. Be like, well, I don't want that person in my house. They're, you know, they could, whatever. abuse my daughter if they're in my house, or, you know, they could be a criminal and they could shoot me. I can't believe, can I actually land up here? I can. Oh my god, I don't like this at all. No. Thank you. This is hilarious. Dig for treasure, I'm trying. This isn't soil. I might not be able to get this one. I have to be within range. It says within dig range. I think if I go straight down from here, I'm not going to be within dig range. Maybe I will be. Maybe the pin is just wrong and this will still work. Can we not be freaking out? There we go. Ooh. Riot gear. He might have a 3rd grade reading level, but that dude's running a business and making jobs for people around him. A lot of times, yeah. Okay, it is about 3:30. All right, we'll keep going for a bit longer. I still don't have it quite set up the way I want. First of all, it's dark in there, so I kind of want to get some lights set up. And I want to do a little bit more taming with the spider. And it might be time for me to go get a Giga. But they're in the volcano. And they're kind of together, so I don't know how I'm going to get one. They're not high level, but a Giga is still a Giga. It's one of the best creatures on the freaking map. Kind of the same thing with, like, the Acro I got. I should really farm for bullets for the Acro, but I need gunpowder, and that's a whole thing, too. But Gigas wild have like 80,000 health. And they're pretty crazy. When they tame down, they don't have that much, but they still get like 20,000 health. And they're still a force to be reckoned with. An Acro is an Acro, a Giga is a Giga. They are extremely strong creatures, no matter what level they are. The Karcha that's over there is related to the Giga. It's kind of the same species, but it being a low level is kind of a detriment because its whole thing is that it gets more damage when it kills things, so it goes on like a frenzy, feeding frenzy type of thing, and so if it's a low level, it can't kill things very fast, and the feeding frenzy isn't that great. Whereas a Giga, even if its melee isn't that high, it still does decent damage, and it still has like 20,000 health after taming. And will be immune to just about everything else. So, I think we might go tame the Gigas, and maybe try to bait the Karcha into the lava so that it dies. I also think that I want to make the gene scanner... which I should be able to make. I also have a ton of penguins that just need to get farmed real quick, because they've been breeding non-stop. So yeah, we're gonna come down here. And as you can see, I keep them very far away from me because, oh my god. Everything passive, bite, 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 bite. $326 polymer. Oh my god. Thyla has a level up. Gee, I hope so. Okay, where is the male that I was breeding this whole time? You. Oh, not item cache. Fine, item cache. Toss it. Okay, now can I access the male? My god. Go away. Go away. Oh my god. There are too many item caches. The game's prioritizing that instead of the... penguin. Okay, penguin. Cool. You. Options. Actually, behavior. Disable breeding. No more breeding for a while there, my guy. You've done quite enough. $300 polymer. Good lord. I got the black pearls in here. I got the metal in here. I think I need more paste, and I need some electronics, maybe? Always need more cementing paste. $80 crystal. Quite a lot for this, but it's gonna be one of the best things I make, ever. 322 polymer. We got a bunch of hide from the Thyla too, which is good, because I need hide to make some of the more expensive things. Do I know about Andrew Garfield, the 20th president? Wasn't he, like, kind of bad at his job? I definitely have heard about him, and I've heard some history, but I thought I heard that, like, he was voted into office, he was the popular vote or whatever, and then ended up not doing too well. There was one president like that. Maybe it wasn't him. The only guy who ever became president on write-in ballots. Yeah, I do remember hearing about that. Isn't it, like, impossible for write-in ballots to work these days, though, now? I want to say that this was something that back in 2016, I think it was, Andrew Yang was running, and his presidential committee, or whatever you want to call them, they didn't register properly, and so it was like they couldn't even be an official candidate on the ballot in, like, Ohio or something. They messed up. So I'm not even sure our write-in vote would work these days, because we now have legal stuff that's like, you've got to be registered properly in all 50 states or something. We got shot by a schizo who thought he was promised a job, basically killed by a quack doctor, didn't even get a chance to actually be president. Okay, so that wasn't him then. There was a president that was like, everybody was like, he'd be perfect for the job, and then he got into office, and it was like, wow, we misjudged that. He's not good at all. Not that that doesn't happen. It obviously still happens, but, like, there was a whole thing of, like, in the first year, his popularity just tanked to, like, 5%. It was so bad. Maybe not 5%, but it was, like, really, really bad. And, like, it continued to be down, and, like, both sides of the aisle were like, okay, you're not good at being president, sorry. Quetzal platform saddle, 220 silica pearls. Oof, that one hurts. 85 silica pearls, that also hurts. I guess I don't need to, well, no, I kind of do, don't I? The Quetzal needs to be able to take off. Let's level the Quetzal. Probably in weight, maybe? Weight, health, stamina, depending on what I'm going to use it for. 38 levels. 2,500 health is probably okay. This is a low level one, so I don't expect to be good. Weight, definitely. Stamina doesn't really matter. Melee definitely doesn't matter. Yeah, stamina does not go up by much. So we'll do 1,200 stamina, and we'll just pump weight. This is what I tamed with spider strats last time, and my god, I can't believe that I managed to get one of these things. But now I can't get it to take off. There's no way to force it to fly, I don't think. No, I'm gonna need a saddle, which means I need pearls, which means ocean. Oh, ocean. Or beaver dams, I guess. I have 142 silica pearls. I guess I could RG, but I think the Quetzal is going to be better because it's, because it is slower, so I don't think it'll break the web on my spider. What was I going to do? Grab... You know what? I should grab the spider, just in case I need it. Grab the angler, absolutely. And then we'll grab scuba fins and tank. Don't need a ton of it because I'm not planning on going very far. We'll check the beaches for beaver dams first. EMP Lemon made a great video about Andrew Garfield. Now you have to type in Andrew Garfield president to find him, otherwise you get the actor. Huh. He was yeah, he was kind of a nobody because of the whole thing. So I guess I'm not surprised. I don't think a lot of people have even heard of him. Like, if you were to give like a multiple choice question and it was like, all right, which one of these guys was not president? And you put like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Garfield, and, you know, whatever, like Max Robinson. People would be like, well, Andrew Garfield's, you know, I haven't heard of that guy. He's probably not, you know, like, there'd probably be some people that'd be like, they've never even heard of him. Sometimes there are beaver dams right here, and I would actually love if there was one. This is, after all, where I found my beaver. But I think they all got eated. Because acros consume the entire beach, which makes it very difficult to find beavers. Though, I think, oh man, I think, that's green up, don't want that. somewhere over here. What was that? I don't know if I've ever been there. Somewhere... Okay, maybe I'm just wrong. I could have sworn there was somewhere on the map that was like a specific like mini lake on top of a hill that would have beavers because it's pretty secluded. Actually, up in here, maybe there's some ruins. I did find it one time. I think it might have been up in here somewhere. Ish. Like right around here, maybe. I don't want to go all the way over there, though, if I can help it. But I also don't want to go in the ocean if I can help it. So, lesser of two evils, I guess we just scan this beach for a bit and see if we find some beaver dams. Probably not. He didn't want the office, but stepped in anyway because he was written in. Stepped up to do it anyway. Like, that's just the mark of a good person, to be like, look, I don't exactly know what I'm doing, but I respect the fact that people, like, you know, like, the people trust me enough that I should give it a shot. It's just the mark of a good person. It's not even necessarily like he was unqualified. It's just like, I don't want to do that. You know, I'm dumb about this. Hang on. It's gene scanning time. Creature scan. Astro. Okay. We go to where the game says the beavers are, which apparently the nearest one is this way. And if there are beavers, surely we will find a beaver dam. And surely that'll give me a ton of silica pearls so I don't have to go to the ocean. It's a really tragic story. Can't believe it isn't taught more widely. I can believe it's not taught more widely. There's already way too many things to teach, and our education system fails quite handily at teaching stuff. I believe we talked about Andrew Garfield in school. Whether or not I remember him is the different story there. A lot of times school education will be like, okay, we're going to learn about all the presidents, and then you go through and they talk about it in like, that was our chapter, was the presidents of the United States. Okay, next chapter. You know. Is the beaver under me? Okay, he's one right there. Okay, so there are beavers here. But there's not a beaver dam. Oh wait, there's one in this rock. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Time to make all the beavers angry. 10? Really? Ooh, cementing paste though. Yes, please. $28 pounds of metal walls. That was some wimpy silica pearls. I guess I'm just gonna go to the ocean. I'll stop by my base. Go to the ocean and farm with the angler a little bit. Go to the ocean, farm silica pearls, make Quetzal's saddle, and then maybe go tame a giga or two. I have to have a lot of narcotics. Maybe I can get some biotoxin. Alright, dung beetle, how are you doing? These plants are getting low. Yeah, you have more fertilizer. Good beetle. $29,000, $7,000, $10,000. Okay, you get one. Yeah. 5 oil. Not a lot, but it's something. Put the oil in here for now. Put the metal stuff there. Cementing paste for sure. Red flowers in here. They're going to be used for the beehive. Don't really care about the scuba mask. That doesn't really help me right now. And... I mean, yeah, I'll be fine. Go, PT. Let's go... Where's the nearest ocean? This way? Try not to get thylated on my way out the door. If I like documentaries, check out EMP Lemon. Sometimes he does good work. I might. I've actually been in a big documentary mood, although it's been more on like video game stuff lately, about like game companies and how they've tripped and fell over their own policies and stuff. And I've been watching a lot of that stuff recently, and it all kind of started with, you know, as somebody who likes Destiny 2, the community around that right now is like trying to analyze like what the heck is gonna happen with this franchise, what happens to Bungie, why did all of this happen the way that it did, because the short version is Destiny 2 is no longer in active development. And so it's crazy because the current game that's being worked on, Marathon, has a lot less of a following than Destiny does. And it's been proven because the players came back and did a server slam on Destiny and had like 5 times the numbers of Marathon for a game that was kind of considered like dead. Like people didn't really play it anymore. And you know, all this stuff was basically like, it wasn't not played because people didn't want to play. It was not played because of bad business decisions. So anyway, I watched like a couple documentaries, and then that guy like that I ended up watching kind of he kept making other ones, so I've been on a big spin for all that stuff. But I might watch some... I've been in the mood for some historical stuff. I would like to watch, like, World War I and II documentaries, but I think I've seen most of those that are out. Gotta be careful not to get zapped by eels if I can help it. This thing has no food. Oof. Well, I don't know how I'm gonna get food. I'm gonna have to find like a coelacanth or salmon or something up here. Come on, weak little fishy, something anywhere that I can eat. Really? There's nothing? Oh, there's a megalodon. I don't exactly want to fight a megalodon. Coelacanth. There That'll help a bit. To make YTPs got tired of expectation and recreate himself, get video editing skills. Ah, yeah. NASCAR would be really huge. I used to watch some NASCAR, but it was always a passive thing. Like, my family would just have it on in the background and not really pay attention to it. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff I want to return to my roots a little bit. I would like to watch more NASCAR. I'd like to watch wrestling. Used to be big on wrestling when I was a kid. But that was because my uncle was into it. My dad was kind of into it because my uncle was into it. And they would talk about it. I feel kind of bad that I don't, like, keep up with some of these other scenes. The results of the race are more interesting than the race. Yeah. I think that's my thing about NASCAR, is if they could just, like, reduce the time it takes to get a result a little bit, it might be a little bit more interesting. But a lot of the cool maneuvers in NASCAR come from, like, the long game of, like, I gotta, like, you know, increase my lead at this point around this corner. Like, you get a feel for the other drivers and you try to, like, creep up and overtake them, and you've got your maintenance on your vehicle, so when can you do that? It's like there's a strategy involved with it because it goes so long. But also, it'd be cool if it was like, hey guys, you got 10 laps, go. Instead of like 100 laps. I also, like, I don't really love NASCAR in terms of, like, as a sport. I feel like it's pretty bad to just have vehicles constantly burn fuel for no reason other than to go around in circles very fast. Like, it's not a bad thing to enjoy or whatever, but, like, it's not really helping out things with our environment. And not that NASCAR is really the problem. There's a lot of other problems out there that are contributing way more than NASCAR is, but, like, it does feel kind of bad to be like, save the planet. Also, NASCAR is really cool. But NASCAR is also not the reason why the planet is the way that it is, so you shouldn't feel too bad. I think the way I feel about it is that NASCAR is kind of like an embodiment of why the planet is sort of the way that it is. It's like we burn fuel because we can and because we don't care. And again, nothing wrong with enjoying that whatsoever. But, like, it's what we do everywhere across the globe. We just don't care about the waste that we're producing. So it's kind of like the poster child for that. It'd be one thing if it was like, yeah, you know, we live very clean, lots of green energy, lots of, you know, whatever, our climate's doing okay, but we like to have a little fun and burn some fuel for NASCAR. It's like, oh, well, I don't really care about that. That's cool. There's some really cool stuff, though, with NASCAR and strategy, like I said. Like, the longer races can be cool because of the strategy of, like, how much lead do you have? Do you... Like, it's kind of like marathons and runners and stuff. It's like some of the people that'll be, like, you know, whatever, 20th place in a marathon as they're running will have the endurance to do like a final sprint and start passing a lot of the people who out of the gate have always had a giant lead because they did their initial sprint. And NASCAR can kind of do the same thing. It's like, as a driver, you can play with the fact that your vehicle's very fast and you can outmaneuver people, but then you're kind of revealing your hand. You're showing people, like, hey, I'm actually really good at this, and I will, like, end up getting around you. But what it really turns into is, like, 70 laps of this race are just drivers, like, trying to maintain their position so that in the last, like, 30 lap sprint, they can go all out. Okay, well, I got, like, a few hundred pearls. I'm okay with that. I'd rather not lose my anglerfish to some deep-sea mess-up. How many pearls is this? No, it only does it in hundreds. Hang on. 400 even? No. 490. Why did it say 400? Exactly, Demon. Yeah, I agree 100%. Like, we would be way okay with NASCAR. We wouldn't care about this if we had good public transportation, lowered our carbon footprint even more, found more sustainable ways to feed our planet, you know, and to make merchandise travel across the globe. You know, way, way, way greener society. We'll be like, okay, we can burn gas in NASCAR because it doesn't matter. You know, 50 cars or 100 cars, I forget how many cars are in NASCAR. Isn't it like 50 or something usually? It's like those cars going around the lap, even for like multiple hours. And even if you do that, like, you know, 10 or 15 times a year, and you have to fill up multiple tanks of gas, and everybody drives in to, you know, you have to ship the cars over here and all this other stuff. Even with all of that carbon footprint, that would be nothing if we could cut back globally our carbon footprint by like 20%. NASCAR would be like probably not even 1% of whatever we cut back, you know? It's just the fact that we don't do that. So it's like, oh, yeah, this kind of doesn't feel good when the planet's actively dying and here's a sport that, like, isn't helping with that. But I wouldn't say get rid of NASCAR because it's not the problem. It just doesn't feel good to watch when, you know, I don't exactly relax watching NASCAR when I'm actively worried about how the environment's being treated. You know, it's kind of the same thing with like guns and shooting. Is like, I 100% respect people wanting to shoot guns for fun at a shooting range or even go hunting, whatever. Like, having a firearm, maintaining it, carrying it, firing it, you know, playing with it. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But I can see the whole thing of like, well, if there's a lot of like gun violence going on in recent memory, watching gun stuff, at least for me, like let's say a mass shooting happens, I'm not going to go to YouTube and be like, let's watch this firearm and see how, you know, it fires, and let's take it apart and disassemble it and tell you why it's such a good gun. I'll be like, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. I'll be like, maybe we watch something a little bit better and not so on the nose for current events right now. Do I go for the platform saddle? I feel like yes, but I don't know if I have the cementing paste. Oh, I have the cementing paste, because I got the beaver dam. Oh, I would love to have a Titanosaur platform saddle. $220. This is really expensive, but it'll be worth it, I think. The other cool thing about the Quetzal platform saddle is that it's a mobile base, so it can fly. I can put things on it if I want, and I don't know if I'm going to want to, but I would rather have the option to than waste materials making a saddle that I ultimately decide I want to have the other one. Why use 85 silica pearls when I can use 220 and know that this will work for both things? It's nice to have a little spot that you can build on. You can also put like foundations on here too, so you can extend this. You just, if you put something on here, you can't cryopod the Quetzal. Otherwise it destroys the entire structure, which is a little annoying, but makes perfect sense. But yeah, with the way this thing is, it should never have to land. I mean, it will eventually. While you're on it, like this, it's gonna lose stamina, which is why you pump its stamina if you're gonna have a base. But as soon as you get off of it, I believe it recovers. So, I would like to look at it a little bit better now. Hello, spider. You have 2 level ups. Okay. Please tell me you can hook onto the Quetzal. This would suck if you can't. Oh, it looks like you can. There we go. How's its stamina? I don't think I can look at the Quetzal while I'm doing this. Don't. I was holding E. Show more. Can I... Yeah, if I hold E, that doesn't do anything. I don't want to do that. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is going to be able to do what I want to do. And it's so much easier because it wants to stay flying at all times. It doesn't want to land. Then this will just be easier for me to get off the ground. Okay, so what I want to do now is make sure the RG is not part of any groups. Remove tame from all groups. Same thing with the Pteranodon. And I do want the Quetzal to be part of the group. So you need to come down. Add you to group 1. Group 1's just going to be my designated flyer moving group. This is really dumb. I didn't get biotoxin either, but that's okay. We're gonna need narcotic. I'm gonna eat some of this algae. I should have a bunch of it in the terminal anyway. I love guns, especially guns with wood furnishings. Yes. I really like standard wooden stock firearms. Rifles. Bolt action rifles are one of my favorite just type of weapons in general to see and look at. Lever action rifles too. But that's just because I like Wild West stuff. But also my dad has a lever action 30-30. And so, like, I love that. It's always been cool. Though for westerns myself, I've always preferred the 6-shooter revolvers. I like pistols a lot more than I like rifles. Not because there's anything wrong with rifles, but because pistols are smaller, flashier, and a lot of, like, they're less cumbersome, so you can do a lot more with it. Rifles are better for, you know, range and precision and often damage if you're looking for caliber, though there are some pretty high caliber pistols too. Obviously, Desert Eagle, 500 Magnum, that type of stuff. Oh yeah, older guns too. It's the same thing with, like, old anything. Old vehicles are the same way, you know, it's like... There's a lot of really cool appreciation with, like, technology and how it was created. Alright, you go. Is 100 narcotic gonna be enough? For 1 giga, maybe, but not for 2, probably. We should test this. Oh, we lost the web. Doesn't matter. That was just bad turning. I wasn't paying attention. Oh my god. Get rid. Stop. Stop. Web. Stop. Stop. I really wish I had a detached web key, but the game doesn't want to give me that. You. Up. Alright, I should have some narcotic in here. We got another 178, so that gives me 278. Yeah. Holy cow. What are you doing up there, my guy? Come down here. No, for real, come down here. No! Spider, why'd you give up? No, come back. Oh, no. Get out of here. I will end you. These guys are so annoying. Come on, Spider, get out of here. Come on. You get out of their tails. Let's get out of here. Let's do this. Okay. Fly. Okay. No! Why did you do that? Why are you disconnecting like that? What the heck? I need to know why that happens. Oh yeah, I got my Quetzal. Why does that happen, game? Why does that happen? This shouldn't break. I can't have this break while I'm over the volcano. Seems to be doing okay. I love that I can do this. This is actually my favorite thing right now in this game. This is so stupid, but fun. Well, I can't exactly tell why it's breaking, because it's obviously working fine now. I think through general experimentation, maybe I'd figure it out, but also it might not have a consistent answer. We're gonna lose some of these dinos. Probably. I think it has something to do with the length of the web and how much you're swinging around. Are these all Gigas? Wait, wasn't there a cartridge here? Did it die and spawn a new one? Giga 140! Oh my god, I want you so bad. Yeah, the cartridge must have died and it got replaced with nearly a max Giga. Oh my god. Do we have a female? We do. Oh, so the one that's nearly dead needs to really go away. Okay. Well, before I... Whoa, that was weird. Before I really invest in this, I'm gonna put my stuff in the Quetzal, so that if the rope breaks and the spider dies, I don't care as much. Can I reach you from here? Can you get a little closer? There we go. I'm gonna put all my stuff in the Quetzal. Because I need to not lose that. I do want the spyglass, I think. Armor included. I really hope that 140 Giga isn't the one that ends up dying in the lava. This one can die. That's fine. And it did die. Oh, no, 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 no. Get out of there. 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 Get out of the lava. I am food. Get out of the lava. It's not gonna get out of the lava. Oh, it did. Oh my god. They're so incredibly hard to tame here because of the lava. Oh yeah, you want me. Come up here. Ah, not in the lava. I won't kill it with the poison. It just needs to not wander. Where's my spider? Over here. Okay. You know, a really smart me would make a bed. I should probably do that. I don't have any hide. probably fight things with the Quetzal if I have to. The game really is trolling me. It's flaunting the most, like, almost, it's debatable. It's a little outdated, but it is pretty much the strongest creature on the map with one of the highest levels on the map. It's one of the rarest spawning things on the map because it's so strong. And the game's like, hey, what if we just had that in lava? Yeah. Get me if you dare, Carno. See you later, demon. We'll see if I get the Giga or not. Man, I should really use my hatchet on this Carno. Oh. That didn't do much better. I don't think that's enough for a bed. It's not. I need 40, so I need to find something else. Stego would take too long. Is there like a raptor or something anywhere? Is this RG? Ooh, Sabercat can do it. Well, 5 RG. You are my next victim because you can fly and you're very low level. Perfect. I don't have any fiber. Come on, game. Fiber. Not berries. It's a dead mountain. You would think plant fiber would be the #1 thing I collect from these. Get rid of Narco and Stim. Eat these. You know, I could probably... Yeah, we're gonna do this. Oh, it's legitimately the same. Then just make a square one. Why is a quarter foundation as much as a normal one? 15 wood, 30 fiber. Sure. One fiber. Come on, game. You were just giving me like 4 and 7. There's 5. Need just a little bit more. 32. Okay. And then there is a tree here that'll be wood. Good. Bed. Okay. We're just gonna make a spawn point up here. Probably exactly where the spider's at. This seems to be a pretty safe location. Should be easy way up from here. And especially easy way down. Bed. Lava. You know, we'll just call it volcano. Eat these just in case. Anything else I don't want? I think the gigas fell in the lava. Both of them? Where'd the other one go? So one probably died to lava, then ran to eat the other one. Or whatever. It died to lava, and then... Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then they ran to eat each other, and that one died to lava. Goodbye, gigas. Well, rip 140 giga. I don't really love that there's lava there. It's funny, kinda. Oh, hang on though. Did they drop their bags? Because if they dropped their bags, then that is free gigahertz, which I need for one of the bosses on Alpha. I think it's the Overseer. Yikes. No gigas, no bags. You probably don't get them if they die to lava. I should have inspected them instead of harvesting. Oh well. That doesn't mean there aren't gigas though. If I pull out the gene scanner, I might still be able to get some. I don't know if I'm gonna do that today though, but let's check and see. Change this tracking to giga. No gigas. Okay. At least not within my level, which will be like 125 or whatever. So then Karcha. No Karchas. Okay. No gigas, no Karchas. Probably tons of acros. Well, if I'm doing this, I might as well see if there's anything that I want to, like, tame that's huge. Because the Quetzal can carry big dinos. Like, can you carry a mammoth on a Quetzal? I don't remember. You can carry a Megatherium with a Quetzal, though, I'm almost certain. Okay, that's what we're going to look for. Megatherium. There is no way there are no Megatheriums. They just have not rendered in or something. I almost believe that too for the Gigas and Karchas and stuff. Because this is single player, you know, it's probably pretty difficult for the game to actually scan for what it wants to scan for. But you can't tell me that there is absolutely nothing out here for Megatheriums. We just gotta get into the tundra, I think. Here, how about you just keep flying? Ha! Trying to tell me they don't exist. Yankees and Mammoth are fighting pigs. I don't see a Megatherium, but it looks like it should be here. Well, they do tell you the levels when you look at it. Nice. So this beats the spy class, basically. Megatherium. Level 10? Really? Alright, new Megatherium time. Where are we going? This way? I don't even think I intend on taming it here. Oh, I'm very cold. I should probably put on my armor now that I'm not afraid to die. Alright, we've got some Megatheriums. What are we looking at? 85? That's good. 20. 85 is not the most amazing, but, I'll take it. Out of curiosity, now that I've loaded into the snow and it has to load new things. Nothing. Still nothing. Okay. Something we'll look at later, I suppose. Well. You'll want to fly this all the way back home. Part of me says no. I don't want it to take any damage, and I don't want it to aggro onto things it shouldn't aggro onto. I do have my taming box all the way over there. But that beach is not safe. I could take my aggro and munch on it. And then have a pretty safe spot for taming. But my base is probably safer, so we're gonna just go over here on the mountain. Drop the Megatherium off for a second. Rest. And she is not attacking us, so we should be okay. Disappointing that 140 Giga spawned where it did and how it did. If it was alone inside the volcano, there might have been a chance. of us getting it. But with there being... I really wanted both because of the mate boosted. Oh well. What can you do? You might as well... You know, at this point, I've been around the map. I've seen just about everything I want to see. It might be time for a dino wipe. Maybe. It's just unfortunate this thing can't scan the entire map because it's single player. You know, I could tame the Megatherium real easily from my house. It's an open box. There are no creatures that are gonna do anything. And it shouldn't be able to destroy anything unless it goes on a rampage and starts beating on stuff. It also shouldn't attack me. Okay, we're gonna put the Quetzal away. What the heck? There's a PT somewhere under my house. What level are you? 145 male. Oh, hang on. Hang on now. Don't go nowhere. Stop moving. Sit still so I don't end up killing you by accident. I missed. Go to sleep. Nobody's gonna have prime meat. Acro could maybe go out and get some real quick. I don't know how quick it'll be. I say real quick, it probably won't be. The heck? Open the door. Come on, Stegos, give me prime. I know the baby will. Yeah, we're fine now. Oh, I'm dying. Water her. PT. PT, stop. Oh, hi, Megatherium. Right, you're in my house. Can I ask you to please move? No? Okay, fine. There. Just have to test it, because for whatever reason, it doesn't do the... Oh my god, no! No, 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 no. It just broke something. I know they got the bug rage just by being near a bug. It broke my mortar and pestles, and I think my water thing. Alright, Megatherium, you're becoming a problem. Quetzal. Spider. Quetzal flying. Why? I have plenty of web. Quetzal, over here now, please. Or don't. Just be out of the way. Stop breaking my stuff! No! What is that? Why does it break? I expected to break with something like this. And that doesn't bother me. What I don't understand is why it breaks. Why it breaks with normal flight and then just doesn't. Once you get it to do it, it just like won't do that anymore. Okay, don't. It just didn't connect the frickin' web this time. It did the sound, and then he hissed like, oh yeah, no, that's not gonna work, buddy. Connect. Stop moving. Stop. Dangle. Chill. Dangle. up. My God, why? I didn't even move. Okay. You're gonna be mad at me? And we're gonna cheese you through a wall. Shoot up, spider. It's like shooting for center mass. I don't want that. I don't want you to shoot for center mass. I want you to shoot where I'm aiming. I can't get close to it. Stay right there. This really is, now that I think about it, just like kind of this crazy karma between these two animals. This one eats bugs, and I'm on a bug and I'm about to knock it out. Come on. Ooh, it might try to get over the wall. Or it's running away. Asleep. Perfect. Now I can fix my darn house. Oh, ow. Just the mortar and pestle. Shouldn't be too bad to recover. Annoying though, but whatever. Algae. $16's probably fine. Yeah, way fine. What's the timer on it in the inventory of an herbivore? An hour? Oh, dang. Hmm. Hide, stone, 2 mortar and pestles. Was it worth it? Kinda. Oh, it did damage the terminal a bit. Not too terribly. You know what? I'm just gonna eat that one. 2 mortar and pestles. Unlock, rotate, boom, boom, like that. Narcotics, narcoberries, spoiled meat, spark powder, flint. All right, well. We didn't get a Giga. That was unfortunate. But we did get the entire farm set up. Oh, what? It reached through the wall and broke 3 pieces of greenhouse? What do you mean? I have just enough for this. What the heck? I didn't think it could reach that. I mean, I guess it can, but what the heck, man? I'm glad everything else is good. This thing weighs how much? 20 pounds! My god. Okay, well, I think that's gonna be good for today. Long stream, well, long-ish, 4.5 hours. So, we'll end it there. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Appreciate it. And I'll see you hopefully Friday. Bye-bye.